Stream, yes. Is the stream? What? Hold on. This says pic is deprecated. Uninstall. Whatever. I don't want any deprecated stuff. Okay. Why am I looking tired and sad? I don't know. Maybe because I just woke up and I am not like I didn't do my morning exercises yet. You know, I usually do them. Yes, not today. We're going to exercise right now by writing some code, right? What do I exercise? Well, coding, obviously. Coding or Factorial also sometimes, you know, like playing some games. I have downloaded the On the Up game, by the way, Davey. I'm ready to play it. I'm not sure when we're going to play it, but I have it now. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we need to fix the color stuff. I want to work with premultiplied alphas because that's easier to compose. Pretty much everyone works with premultiplied, I guess, these days. So let me try making an example. Did I make an example with premultiplied alpha? I am not sure. What would be the easiest way to test it without the game? Or I just work on the game at the same time as I work at the engine, then I guess that makes sense. Sure, but then I need to have my patches applied. Let me do this. Move home cargo patched terminal to home cargo config terminal. Create a lot of small issues for me today. I'm going to ignore them and work on my own shit. But I have seen them. I have seen them. Okay, the thing that we're going to fix is pretty simple. When loading all of the textures, we need to pre-multiply the color by the alpha channel so that everything works correctly. So right now, because I'm not doing that, it looks like this. This thing, the dust behind us is white because it's semi-transparent white, but because I'm not multiplying by alpha, I'm not doing transparency. So that's what we should do. And in order to do that, I have an idea that I should be loading the textures with some configuration. So right now, for example, if I want to load a texture and then make the texture pixelated, for example, what we do is we post-process the asset. So the texture that is loaded initially is just loading using some defaults. Same with the audio. Don't pull your changes yet, it will spoiler the new POG looks. Okay. let me know when we are ready. But yeah, what I'm doing here is I'm post-processing to make the sound effect looped, for example, or to make the textures pixelated. But instead of doing the post-process, what I want to have here, what I want to have here is have the options to load an asset. So let's go to asset lib. All right, over here. So here's my trait, which is called load for loading the asset. And what it does is we just give the path to load the asset from, and then it just loads it, right? And also have the default extension. But I think what else needs to be done here is we need to have options. So options is going to be self options, and options is different for every single type that we implement the loading from. So we're going to have type options, and yeah, just like that. Just like that. And the options should implement the default, I think. That's pretty much it. So let's see that for reference counted, we just say that options is t options. Options. Self options. Without the reference. Should it be without the reference? Should it be with reference? I'm not sure. Should it be with reference or without reference? I mean, I take the paths by reference and manager by reference. Okay, fine. Let's do references for everything. Okay, so for ugly program, this is the GLSL. We can load them from files. So what should be the options here? I'm not sure, but we can just make the, for some things, the options can be just nothing, so that, you know, there is nothing to configure in terms of loading this specific asset. Sorted JSON, yeah, like loading JSONs is also something that I'm not sure how to configure. String is like exactly the same. I mean, maybe for a string, or like maybe for vacu8, we can like make an option that like unzips the file, and if it's stored in like compressed form. But for now, we just don't do that. Okay, for the font. Now, for the font, there are actually some properties that we can configure. Let's take a look at the font. When we're creating the font, there are options over here. Look at this. We have the pixel size, we have maximum distance, we have anti-aliasing for the font. So this thing is something that we could configure when loading the asset. Yeah. So can I do gang font options? Does it implement the default? It does implement the default. So there you go. There you go. And then yeah, so yeah, okay. Let's continue. Let's do it for the sounds. Options is going to be so the sound options for loading is going to be like the repeated stuff is the only thing that I do, right? Sound options. Tracked sound options. Options. Sound options is going to be looped. It's a boolean. And do we implement? Can I just do mod audio here? Audio underscore. What is this audio? This is the gang audio. Using gang audio as audio. Yes. Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, so I'm going to implement default for sound options. I think I'm just going to use King Audio without like that. Without all of that, yes. I'm just going to say over here the full path. Okay, so whenever we are loading something, by default, we are going to do default options, but there should be a different loading method, which is going to be load with. And over here, we're going to specify the actual options. So options is going to be T options. But by default, we use the default options for loading. Makes sense, right? And we need to have a reference here, I guess. Okay, load ext. Load ext, I think. So what does this do? I don't remember. Let me put a comment here since I cannot remember what this does. This loads the asset from the path. Load asset from given path with specified or default extension. So basically, if I pass the extension here, then we're going to load with the specific extension. Otherwise, we're going to use the default extension. And for this thing to work, I think we need to... I will not make the load ext with. I'm just going to have the options here to be available. So we just do self load with path options. Yep. Okay. Now we go to the sound options. The default looped is false, right? And then we... Oh, by the way, over here, I need to pass the actual options, right? Gang font new options. I give the reference. Guess I should. It's weird that this does not complain about the lifetimes. Maybe not yet. Maybe just not yet. Okay, so over here, we say that let mute sound is this. And then we return the OK sound. Before that, we say that if... So we apply these options here. If options looped, then sound set looped, options looped. I mean, even without the if, this is just what we do. I can see more options here for the sound, like changing the sound effect volume itself. Do we even have this API sound set? No, we don't. We cannot set the volume of the specific sound effect. That would be nice thing, I think. Maybe. Not sure. So we do here gang audio. All right, and then for loading the textures, this is what we are doing this for. We are going to have texture options here, right? And for texture options, it's going to be filter. It's going to be ugly filter. And wrap mode is going to be the wrap mode. So those are the things that we could do before, but what we want to do for the loading specifically is the pre-multiplied alpha, right? Pre-multiply. I mean, let me see what other people call this thing. So WebGL, Pixel Store. We have this thing, and we can do unpack pre-multiply alpha WebGL. This is what we do on WebGL to load, multiplies the alpha channel into the other color channels. By default, it is false. So this is what we are going to set to true when loading the image on the WebGL, at least. And on the native side, we're going to do this manually, I guess. So pre-multiply alpha is a boolean. And we implement the default for texture options. And by default, it's going to be filter is linear by default. Wrap mode is clamp by default. And pre-multiplied alpha is false by default. Okay, there you go. Now we have here the options for loading the texture is texture options. And options. Okay, platform load, texture, path, options, right? So yeah. Now platform load texture is we have a different implementation for the native builds and for the web builds. All right, so let's see how we load the image on the native platform. And also there is some let me do this async. Move. So we load this, that mute texture is this, we return OK texture, we box the future in the result, and over here we say that if options, I mean, we just do texture set filter, options filter, and we do texture set wrap mode, hello rings, options wrap mode. Okay, so the only thing that goes is being platform specific is the pre-multiplying of the alpha here. Question mark operator. Okay, we need to await here. That is why we have the error message. Okay. Arguments are incorrect. Okay, now everything is correct. Okay, so over here, what I'm going to do is there something about premultiplying alphas in the image crate? Premultiply. There is nothing about premultiplying alpha in the image crate. Okay, so they don't do that. Okay, so we have the image, which is the image buffer RGBA U8. We're going to make it mutable, and I'm going to say that if options pre-multiply alpha, then I'm going to say image so I have the RGBA image from here. How can I mutate every single pixel? A map with alpha. Apply the function f to each channel except the alpha channel. Apply the function g to the alpha channel. Okay. No, this is for the RGBA. We want instead for the RGBA image. Wait, what? Where is my RGBA image? Let's see. We have dynamic image. Dynamic image is one of the different formats. RGBA image. Why could I not find this in the documentation? Oh, because it's a type definition. So image buffer of RGBA VEC. Okay, image buffer. Can I do pixels enumerate get pixel as flat samples mute, return the mutable view on the raw sample buffer. This is the subpixel. No. I want to do pixels mute, I think. Return to the iterator of the mutable pixels of the image. I think that's what we want. For pixel in image pixels mute. Right? So the pixel is going to be the mutable reference to the RGBA. Yes, exactly. So we do pixel dot. Okay, so now we do something like pixel is going to be equal to pixel map without alpha. Apply the function f to each channel except the alpha channel. Yeah, so we are going to not change the alpha at all, but we're going to multiply all of the other color components to, by the alpha. That's how we pre-multiply it, right? Map without alpha, x, we do x multiplied by pixel alpha. How do I get the alpha channel from the RGBA? In this crate. So this is just tuple. We can just get the fourth component. Channels mute, channels 4. From channels to RGB to RGBA to Luma. I guess we just do dot. I would just do 3. This, right? Pixel 3. This is going to be the alpha, but this is the U8, so it is not the values from 0 to 1, and we should instead. So we should instead do some floating point arithmetics here, right? Do we have the dependency on the color? No, we don't. Okay, that's okay. We can just do it here. We're going to do x f's f32. We multiply by pixel this as f32, right? We divide this by 0xff as f32 because this is the maximum value. So this is 1, right? So now that we have the value in F32, we want to convert it back. And in order to convert it back, I mean, we don't not need to convert it back because I did not divide over here. So literally all I need to do is just convert it back to what it should be, which is the U8. Correct? I think that is all we need. So pixel 3 is a value from 0 to 0FF, which means that when I divide here, this is from 0 to 1. So I multiply this by the alpha from 0 to 1. And I can like round here instead of just converting, because when we convert to the integer like that, we are going to truncate, right? So the fractional part is going to be discarded. Should it be just a round before the conversion? I'm not sure. Let's do the round, why not? Okay, so here we go. We pre-multiplied all of the pixels. And yeah, I think that is it. That is it. Now we need to make sure that everyone is using this API, because a lot of things are not going to be compiled anymore. So this is hot reloading of the assets, for example. I'm going to do options is the options. Options. It's going to be self options. Right. So these are not used though, and we need to use them. Let me see. How are we loading here? So over here we'll load, right? But instead we need to load with the options, obviously. And then when we are reloading, because this is a hot reloading of assets, we need over here to load with self options, which means that the options needs to be saved here. So we're going to have here the dependency, this is the loadable type. Options. Okay, so options should not only be the default, it should also be clonable, I think. So that we can clone it. Okay, sound options, which means that I just need to derive. Let's derive debug and clone here, sure. Let's derive debug and clone here for the texture options too. Okay, and now we have these issues with the lifetimes, which I'm going to fix easily. Know exactly what they are. So this is a reference, and we are creating the thing here. So we're just do options. It's options. Clone here, and in all of the other places, it's going to be the same. Unused variable options. Unused here, sure. This makes sense. This should be unusable. Unused. Okay. So now that crate has compiled, and now we are already. I think the engine has compiled successfully. Just the link cider that we need to update now. And I did not make the web implementation too. We will go back to that after we have this done here. So, for example, here we are loading the tile set. I guess when we don't care about it, we just set the options to be nothing, like that. All right. And then, so the deriving of the assets is not loading, is not working properly anymore, because yeah, the code that I'm generating needs to be fixed. So let's go ahead to the derive macro. Let's say load fields. We have field loaders. Field loaders. Field loaders. Let's take a look at the manager, because that's what matters. Like over here, let's take a look at this. When we are loading from SERDI by deserializing, over here the options should be nothing, I guess. Options is going to be nothing. Okay, that's one place. Then over here we're doing load with instead of loading x, instead of just load, by specifying the options here. And over here we also specify the options. All right. Which means that the options should be available. So how do we actually create the options here? I think we use the default, and then using some attributes of the derive macro, we can configure the thing. So let's create the options. Okay, well, this is the loader. Over here also load with options, or load x options. Okay, so here we go. For all of the 4 branches here, we need the options, and I'm guessing that we will need these options to be a reference. So we're going to create the options first. And then there's post-processing also, yes. Okay. Okay, let's do this. Let options is going to be quote. Let mute options is going to be equal to default, right? Now, how do I specify the type here, though? That is interesting. Do I know the type of the field? I do know the type of the field. Okay, so we're going to say options field type, field type as asset load options, right? So that's how we figure out the type of the options here. Okay. So right now it's just the mutable, and we're going to say to do here to be able to configure it actually. Let me just have something working at first. The field type. Field type is going to be field type. Okay, and the options is going to be used here. I'm basically just going to quote. No, hold on. I'm just going to say that loader is going to be equal to quote. So first of all, we do options, like, and then we do the actual loader, like that. Right? And then possibly we do with post-processing afterwards. Okay. What is this? The utility, the textures that we have. Process texture, wrap mode repeat. Wait, do I even use the repetition of the textures for something except for the background? I think it's just for the background, no? Okay, so this is going to simplify it too, I think. So this wrapper for the texture just sets the default to be the nearest filtering. But honestly, we're not even going to do that. I think I'm just going to delete this completely, because instead of using the nearest filtering, we are doing the like the anti-aliasing using a shader. The pixelation. Okay, so instead of doing post-process now, this is the background. So for the background, I'm going to do load. So how do I want this to be configured? Load, options, wrap mode is going to be equal to ugly wrap mode repeat, right? Like this is how I specified it, instead of doing post-processing, I think. Wait, is there whatever. For the implementation over here, I need to do type options. So when we derive the loading of the assets for a structure, I guess we don't have any options. What is this? Bigorli is an unknown word. How did I jump to this? I don't know. I pressed something. Not sure what it was. Okay, we just ignore the options that we actually have. Yeah, Bigorli is recorded in the code here. Um, Good progress for you. You go eat. Okay. When do we look at your progress? Oh, Pigorli is here. Nice. Hello, Pigorli. We just saw you in the code, and here you are in chat. Okay, unknown field options. So this thing is something that I need to support. Gonna show up in the best code. Okay, deriving. Okay, how do I do this though? When I'm using the darling specifically, so for the field, I want to be able to specify options, and options is going to be, I guess I need to look at the documentation for the darling create to figure out, the forwarded attributes for passed in type. They're controlled using the forward attribute. Forward attributes. How do we use the forward? How do we use the forward? There is no documentation for that. Shit. I guess I can just search in the code. Forward attributes. Forward attributes. Allow doc CFG. Okay, that's not what I want. I want I don't want to just forward the attributes. What I want is to be able to have inner attribute list. Fast inverse square root. Did you see this for the first time? The existence of the fast inverse square root. Pretty cool. I'm not using that for my stuff. I don't care about speed. We are fast enough. We're using Rust. Examples. More exclusive example showing how to skip at a field or struct level while still restricting parameters to be bounded from meta. Is this something that I need to implement, the from meta? From derive input from field, from variant. Wait, there's no such thing as from meta. Implementing from meta. Create an instance from an item in an attribute declaration. Do not take a dependency on the ident of the past in meta item. The ident will be set by the field name of the containing struct. Provide implementations. Boolean, character, string, number, nothing. Option any format produces some. From list. Create instances from a list of nested meta items. Fast means can blame game less and blame lack of skill more rage. Well, there's a certain limit to the speed though. If you already have 1000 FPS in your game, even without the fast inverse square root, like, you can't blame me for not using this thing then. All right. How do I do this? How do I do this? I want to have options, which is going to be the options, I think. So the field loader can have some options. Struct options is going to be implementing from meta. More complex doesn't show in the, like, they are deriving from meta. Derive from meta is something that is not even listed in the documentation here. All derivable traits except from meta support forwarding some fields. Okay. How do you derive from meta though? Like, absolutely. Okay. Path list. There's a util here also. Util. Path list. A list of path instances. This type is used to extract a list of paths from the attribute. No, I want the list of key and value. Thoughts on AI replacing us devs, programmers, hackers? If you're a bad programmer, you're probably going to be replaced. If you're a good programmer, you are probably not going to be replaced. Because AI is stupid, and if you are a stupid human, then you're going to be replaced. Because there is no difference between a stupid human and a stupid AI. But there is no smart AI yet. Okay. Right now I'm feeling stupid though, because I cannot find the way to use this library the way I wanted to. Usually when I cannot figure some library out, I just write my own version of the library, but I don't want to do that right now. So I guess I can implement the from meta myself here for options, I guess. If I cannot derive it, then I can do the implementation manually. So let's see, what exactly do we need to implement here? From nested meta, from non, from word, from list, from value, from char, from string, from bool. Fuck, this is so much. All right, well, let's take a look at the documentation of the trait then. Wait, they are all provided methods though. Hold on, they are all provided methods. So I should not, like, this is the default implementation, right? Yeah, so we did not expect a string, we did not expect a boolean, we did not expect a character. From list, meta. Where is the nested meta from? This is the scene nested meta. What is this result? Darling result, okay. Let's just have the default implementation and see what happens. Missing field options at background, okay. So this means that this needs to be optional, right? Options are not always there. Okay, and then over here, unexpected meta item format list. This is what I want. Yeah, okay. This is what I want. This means that I need to do a from list. This is the only thing that I need to implement here, right? Right, so we have a nested meta. What is a nested meta? We have a literal or a meta. A meta is a name values. Yeah, okay. Understood. So what are the options that we're going to parse here? We don't really know the structure. It's like in the clap library. I basically want, if I specify like options field is equal to value, right? This is going to result in me generating code like options dot field is equal to value, just like that. This is all that I want to translate to, or even to do the methods. We'll see. So what I'm going to have here is setters, I guess. It's going to be a list of ident. This is the identifier of the field that I'm going to set. And the value is going to be the expression, any expression that we can imagine. And this is something that we need to parse, those name value pairs. Right? Okay. So we just do items, iterate, map, item, select. Okay. Wait, if I do a map and this returns the result, if I have an iterator of results, I can collect this into the result vec and then do question mark, right? Self setters is this. Select like that. All right. So now how do we convert the item into this tuple, right? We need the nested meta to be a meta name value. So we do if let sin nested meta sin meta name value meta is equal to item, then we do something, otherwise we do darling error new. Like, how do I create the error here? Unexpected type, unsupported shape, creates a new error for a struct or variant that does not adhere to the supported shape. I don't know what exactly should be my error here. Expected name value, whatever. And then we have the meta, which is the meta name value. You have meta dot lit and meta path, right? Path get ident. So we do let ident is meta path get ident or darling unsupported shape. He must be an ident question mark. Not the or. Okay, or. So now that we have figured out the ident, the last thing that is left is for me to parse the meta value. Meta, we have the literal here. This is going to be a string literal, right? So meta lit what is a suffix? Oh, I see. The suffix. I want it to be. So the literal is a literal, right? And what is a literal? It's either a string, a byte string, a byte, whatever. Yeah, I want it to be a string. Let lit is going to be sin lit string. Meta let sin lit string lit be meta lit. Otherwise, error darling unsupported shape lit must be string, right? Is there like a method as lit? No, I guess not. We need to do a match ourselves, right? Okay, so now we have the lit is a lit string. Now if we have the lit string, we can have the value as a string, and we can parse that into into the expression. It's going to be seen parse string lit value, right? Question mark. Can I do question mark? And then we do OK, ident expression. This is the last thing. Okay. Derive macros are hard. Right. Expected result options, found options. That's true. We need to do an OK here. And then the question mark operator has incompatible types. Expected this, and I have the identifier as a reference. So I need to do clone here. Can I clone the idents? This should be not the reference, but just the identifier. Okay. Looks like we are compiling now. Is the link cider going to compile? Look at this, we have no errors anymore. Did I actually implement this correctly then? Let's take a look at the warning. Field setters is never read. Okay, so we have parsed the meta properly into the setters, but we are not setting the setters. As you can see over here on the background, our background is not being repeated. This is one of the setters that we set actually. So now over here we do the options, right? Yes, we do the options. And I'm going to do here let's do this. Let option modifiers. It's going to be field options. At least enable Vim mode in VS Code. No. Why? Wait, Pigorly, do you use Vim? No. I want to use my mouse. Look at this. I hover over things to figure out what they are and continue typing at the same location. You cannot do that in Vim. VS Code is more powerful. Alright. You only use it when I have to. Yeah, I only use it when I have to. Same. Options. Sure. Let map options setters iterate. Okay, now we have the setter, which is going to be ident and expression, right? And we are going to say here quote options dot ident is going to be equal to expression semicolon. This is how what we translate all of this into. And over here, after creating the default options, we're going to apply these setters by doing options star options setters, I guess. I don't know what is a good name for this. Okay. You know a guy who coded C# in Visual Studio in Vim mode? Well, there are all kinds of people out there. What can I say? Okay, look at this. Now the background is properly tiled, right? That's because... So that's what we have done. We have written the derive macro that allows us to do this over here. When I'm loading the asset, I'm setting the options, setting the wrap mode to be repeated immediately, right? And one of the other things that we want to have here is filter. It's going to be filter nearest, right? And then it's going to be also pixelated, although like technically we don't want the filter because we want to use our new like stuff for doing pixelation instead of setting the filter. Unused variable options. That makes sense. We can just do underscore there. Okay, there you go. The background is now kind of okay. Yeah. So now this is also like that. We have texture bleeding also here. This is because we don't use the same mechanic. Prevent texture bleeding as here. Okay, and now let's fix this thing. So the dust particles after the player, they are white right now. This is because we're not doing the pre-multiplying of the alpha channel right now. So here we go, the visual effects, all of these, right? We want them to be asset load. Oh no, not asset load options. Pre-multiply alpha is true, right? These are the things that we need. And instead of doing this for every field, we can do a new type that makes this the default, but it must be a string. Yeah, okay. I cannot do true like that. We need to do a string. So like technically we want to pre-multiply alpha for everything. It's just the default is false. So we need to specify it for absolutely everything. Okay, and now we have this dust semi-transparent again. Nice. Now the last thing to do is to make sure that we can compile for the web, because the web implementation is different. So over here, once again, in the loading of the assets platform, load texture on the web needs to have the options. Also, options over here is going to be texture options. Texture options. Let me call this, by the way, from HTML image element, so that it's more obvious. From HTML image element image. I want over here to just specify a boolean, pre-multiply. So I'm just going to do dot pre-multiply alpha, right? That options is options clone. All right, so from HTML image element in the over here, on the WASM. This is from HTML. Image element. From image. Okay, sure. And over here we say pre-multiply alpha is a boolean, right? So we do over here, for example, pixel store flip y to set to true, but also we want pixel store I think this is unimplemented. But yeah, what we want is pixel store pre-multiply alpha, pre-multiply is a boolean. So WebGL rendering context, we do unpack. We were looking at this already. Unpack pre-multiply alpha WebGL, this thing. We want to set this to true or false. I think instead of doing this unimplemented, it's just not going to be there at all. Okay. Pixel store, pre-multiply alpha, pre-multiply alpha. There you go. So now it should work on the web too. Okay, and it works. And it works. Everything should work correctly now. I mean, not everything yet. Let's see, what does not work correctly right now? What does not work? Like these stage images, the background is not using the new shader, but I mean, it's not really super important right now, at least. We have some texture bleeding here. I guess that doesn't matter much. Over here for the numbers, we have this white color. This is because we're not using premultiplying for loading the numbers too. So let me go here, add into renderer. We have assets here, and so numbers, load, options, pre-multiply alpha is true. Basically this should be so for all of the textures now. It depends on what shader we use. Group icons. For the group icons we can also pre-multiply, but I think the reason they are not looking broken is that the group icons, let me see, how do I even use them? Yeah, because I use the regular drawing method. This is us using the straight alpha, not pre-multiplied alpha blending. Yes, but group icons, because we do that, let's make sure that we are loading them over here. I'm going to load with filter, ugly filter nearest, right? So yeah. Now if something doesn't work, okay, should. Wait, what? when I'm doing new with okay, so I deleted that, but that I guess needed to be there. Wait, is the default different? I'm wondering. Or okay, anyway, if I see something broken, then I will look into it. From image. Okay. Is anything else not working correctly? What is this? Oh, this is the preview of our thing, right? The tool that we currently have selected. Okay, Davey, if you are here... I mean, I have not, like, finished all the work that is required, right? Like, the background is not using the new shader. But, I mean, this was never a priority. If you want, we can move to something else. Davey is not here. Yes. Okay. So this is being asset load options. Nice. Oh, I have not committed in a long time. All right. Okay. What else? What else? I think also, since we are here, let's move some more stuff into the engine. For example, this shader that I was using. This smooth texture 2D, I can just move it into the engine, the function itself. Shader, prelude over here somewhere. Let's just have it here. Smooth texture 2D is just going to be available always. Okay, let's do the low resolution again. Shader compilation failed. No function with the name fWidth. Wait, what? Oh, that's right. This can only be... The smoothing of the texture can only be on the fragment shader. That is right. This function only exists on the fragment shaders, not in the vertex shaders. Okay, so over here, let's take a look at our pixelated thing. So we see that the background is using the nearest filter, and we don't have anti-aliasing on the background, only on the actual game itself. So here's what I can do now really easily. Render a background, oh, shaders, background over here. Instead of doing texture 2D, we do smooth texture 2D, just like that. This is, wait, smooth texture 2D. Needs texture size. We do UV, texture and texture size. Okay. Shaders, background. We're using this here. Texture size. Texture size. Wait, if I just do texture size like this. Without mapping, it means that it's going to be in the shader instead of vec2, it's vec2i, I think. Then we convert this to floating points here. Why is this not being highlighted? Is it ivec2 and not vec2i? I don't remember. I think it is vec2i. Well, syntax error. Is it ivec2 then? I guess it is, because... Okay. Fine. Okay, so now the background is still the same. This is because we still have the nearest filter. The nearest filter. We have the nearest filter on the preview. That is okay. So over here for the background, we want it to be repeated, but we don't want the filters to be set to nearest so that we can use our new shader. Okay. And then we see the black stuff over here. This is exactly the same problem again of the premultiplied alpha. So instead of setting the filter, what we want here is we want premultiply alpha to be set to true so that the interpolation works correctly. Why am I waiting every time? Because of the Rust analyzer, right? Okay, this did not work correctly. Wait, why not? Why not? Premultiply alpha is like that. Is it a problem with the background shader? Smooth texture. So this layer, it was working properly before. Now that I have converted this to premultiplied alpha. Oh, I know why. I know why. It's because in order to use premultiplied alpha, when rendering the background, the blend mode should be not straight alpha blending. It should be premultiplied alpha. Okay, and I don't have this constructor yet, by the way. I need to have it. So that's another thing that I'm going to move into the engine right now. This over here. This over here. This is it. Blend mode. Let's see. Straight alpha. Pre-multiplied alpha is going to be this. Okay. So yeah, straight alpha is the source factor is multiplied by source alpha, and the destination is multiplied by 1 minus source alpha, but the only difference is that the source is not being multiplied by anything when we're using the pre-multiplied. Okay, and now we see that the background is being anti-aliased properly too. Okay, and it's going to be easy now to do it for everything else. Alright, this is me having smooth texture 2D, and this is ugly blend mode multiplied alpha. Okay. Let's no longer have the low resolution rendering. So yeah, now you don't really see the difference on the stream, but it's just smoother for the eyes because of the anti-aliasing. Okay, any more errors that I see here? Why is cursor pink? I just set it to be pink. Because I can. Why not? You don't like pink? Speaking about cursor, one of the things that I can do. Pink isn't for nerd. What is a nerdy color? Blue? I have no idea. Gray? No. Well, I'm not a nerd, as you can see. Right? I think one of the things that I can do about the cursor, since you're talking about the cursor, is when we're doing the drag and drop, for example, I can change the cursor to be a hand. When I'm hovering over something that I can click, I can make it a pointer. Do you want me to do that? I think that is going to make sense. Or are we going to use our own custom like cursor in the game? What do you prefer in games in general when you're playing them? The system cursor or the game drawing its own cursor? Game cursor? Probably custom cursor? Okay. Game drawn, of course. I don't know, it depends. Like, I think Factorio, for example, or Minecraft does not have their own game cursor and it works out nicely. No? The plus of the system cursor compared to the game cursor is that if the game is lagging for whatever reason, it is the cursor still does not lag, right? Like if the cursor can be rendered on a higher refresh rate, you will have to draw the cursor. We can have both, and I think in some games there is even an option to have the cursor be either game drawn or system cursor, I think. Themed poster is better than systems. Well, yeah. Yeah. That is true. That is true. Okay. You can write it down as an issue, Davey, I think. Smooth shader for background. Okay, Davey, do you think we should merge your branch and see what's happened there? In your what have you done? You have done some new levels too. Do we play the new levels now? No, Kappa? Why not? What am I going to do now? Okay, let me think. Did I do everything I wanted for about the pre-multiplying alpha and everything? About the smooth shadering? I mean, not everything. Not everything. These both shaders do use the new smooth textures, but I should work on those new issues first before merging. Oh, okay. Let's take a look at the list of the issues then. Okay. Did you write down about the custom game cursor? I will write it down for you. Okay, custom cursor. Davey. Priority, or what? New feature? Polish, I guess. There you go. Let's see. What do you want me? What do you want me to do? Quick and easy? These quick and easy things? Is this what you want me to do? Or the priority things? What? What are we working on? Quick and easy things. Is there any way to quickly add sprite to the UI? What do you mean quickly add a sprite to the UI? What is a sprite on the UI? What exactly do you want? I don't understand. Quick and easy way for you to add the sprite, or quick and easy way for me to add the sprite? You want to add background to the buttons. Let me see. Let me see. Buttons. How am I even drawing them? What distro am I using? This is NixOS. There you go. Background to the icon. It looks like this. Well, this is what it looks like right now, no? Or what do you mean? Oh, like this background, like on the UI? You want some UI background, basically, in the corners. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. This is going to be different for all the different game modes, right? When you're like, yeah. Or do you want me to, like, do we try to make it a generic thing? It is pretty easy to just draw an image if this is going to be provided as an image. But on the different screens, there is different number of buttons, right? So I'm guessing, like over here, you only want the background over here, right? Behind that button. Although this is button that is not going to be there in the actual game. It's for the level editing. Over here we have just an image is fine. So we are going to have 4 images for 4 of the corners because depending on the resolution, you know. Mm-hmm. So you want me to do this only for the play state for now, and then if needed we can do it for other states too? Yeah, we have tags too. Are any of the tags outdated? I'm not sure. There is no NeoVim there, right? Because I'm not using NeoVim anymore. Fuck NeoVim. Yeah, VS Code, that's nice. Play state is priority. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, let me do this quickly then. So we have do you have these icons available already? Render yes. Wait, do I look at them then? Or are we not going to spoil ourselves? In order to see them, I need to merge your branch, right? And I'm going to see some other stuff. Do I work on some other stuff first then? Let me see, what are the other issues here? Quick and easy. Different background for level selection. So you want to have a different background. Okay, let's do this. This is really easy, right? We have background assets, which are going to... Yeah, so you want the background in the level selection to always also have top and bottom layers. Is that correct? Or I can make this configurable. I can make it so that you can compose your background out of any number of levels you want. If you want to do that for some reason. What do you have in mind for the background? I guess it doesn't really matter anyway. But it looks like we're going to have multiple backgrounds. For different screens. Different background for different state, yeah. I didn't see that I have asset specific to this state, for example. But sure, let's have specific assets for all of the game modes. So for the play state, we're going to have the assets here. Background. Is my raster analyzer that needs to be restarted, I think. It's telling me the error that is not actually there. I'm pretty sure. Okay, assets. There's like common render assets, and there's also play state. It's going to be play assets, I guess. There is going to be level select. It's going to be level select assets. They are going to have different backgrounds. Yes. And what else? And we also have the editor assets. We can just have the background for the editor or whatever. So instead of having just one background, we're going to have two folders: play and level select for our two states, and background is going to be both in game and in level select, right? So those are two different backgrounds. Level select play. They're just inside the assets, I guess. Okay, and for the renderer, we are not going to have a regular background anymore. Here. Okay, so when we're drawing the background, where I'm going to also provide the assets. Like that. And now, when rendering the background specifically, we want we want assets. This is our specifically the background assets, right? And let's see. So over here, we're rendering the world editor. For the world editor, we're going to use assets, the level selection background, right? Because this is the world editor. And for the level, or what? Draw. Background assets. Background assets. Background assets. For the level selection screen, we are drawing the background using level select background. Generating the preview, row level, context assets, play, background. Okay, is this the last error? Over here, when we're playing the game, we're going to draw, and the background is going to be play background. Oh, that was not the last one. Okay. Now this is it. I just copy pasted the background though, so this is not going to work. I mean, they are technically different, but the files themselves are the same. But this is going to work. Different backgrounds for level selection play states. There you go. Now what? This is me closing this issue. Close. Enable clicking screen to move on PC too, so player can play the game with just mouse. Are you sure this is a good idea? I think we specifically made it so that you cannot just click the game like on the phone to move left and right. Maybe there should be virtual buttons here to be moving. Why not? I don't know. I mean, let me try. Let me try play, touch. Mouse press. Self click. If not, then so touch input is it's just going to be also touch input, I guess. Some player input is self touch input. You can play with just keyboard, so maybe you should be able to play with just mouse too. I don't know, yeah, maybe. I just feel that it's going to be weird for people that when they like try to hit a button with their mouse, and instead of hitting the button they miss and they click on the empty space and the player moves because of that. Just don't misclick. Skill issue. Okay, well it's there now. Okay, close. 87. Done. Different sprite for power up and side effect. Different sprite for power up and side effect. Different sprite for power up and side effect, huh? Let's see. I think we just have in the assets over here the tiles, right? We have these tiles that are just named, and so I guess there is power and we are going to say power up, and side effect are different things. For now, I'm just going to say that they are at the same position, but you can configure it in this file, basically. Side effect. Power. Okay, let's see. So tile name for the tool. So yeah, for the side effect, it's going to be a side effect. And for the power up, it's going to be power up. Now, though these are properly different things, right? Over here on this side, this is side effect. And over here, power up is power up. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's all I had to do. It's just we need the new tile set and configure the thing. Do you want me to push this right now so that while I'm closing the other issues, you can just make this work? Close 86. Okay, so I'm pushing it right now. Just try merge, see if we have, like, we should not have any conflicts, right? Vignet. Vignet. Okay, sure. Vignet. How do you pronounce this, actually? I have no idea. What does it even mean? Vignette? Vignette is how you pronounce it, I'm guessing, right?
Vignette.
Yes, okay. Not Vignette. Alright. Kevin's also stream, hello. Okay, well, how do we do the vignette? Do we do a texture on top of the screen, or do I do a custom shader? So that we can animate it if we wanted to make it more intense and less intense. You know? Wavy, sometimes. Like when you are close to death. Not that we have death in the game, but we could make something with a custom shader, so shader sounds better, because we will be able to customize it, right? So let's just do this. Vignette GLSL. So let's see. And let's see. UV. I think we don't need projection matrix, parallax, scale, nothing is needed. We just need this. This is going to be very simple. To say that the UV is going to be exactly position multiplied by 0.5 plus 0.5, because the lower left corner in terms of OpenGL coordinates is -1, -1, but in terms of texture coordinates is 0. Well, actually, I'm just going to say that this is V position. Okay. I don't need any texture. I don't need anything. Over here, we just calculate the color by saying the length. The length of the position is going to be the alpha, right? So drag color is going to be like 4, 0, 0, 0. And the alpha is going to be the length, like literally, right? Minimum of the length and 1. That's probably going to be a little too dark, but let's just see how it looks. The It's easier for me to pronounce vignette because I am not going to misspell this when I'm writing this down. Okay. So I'm just going to have the like the draw background. We're going to have the draw vignette. Like when I say vignette instead of vignette, I need to think how to actually write it. Camera is something that we don't need for this, just a frame buffer. Okay. Draw frame buffer. Program. Assets, and draw shaders. Yet. Draw mode, triangle, and vertices. How do I make the vertices here? Do I have the quad? I think I just need the quad here. Be available. Uniforms. Do I need any uniforms? If I want to customize this using some properties, then sure, but for now I just don't even need any uniforms. Draw parameters are going to be, so we just want the blend mode here. Blend mode. Do I want to use premultiplied alpha here? Because we want to use premultiplied alpha for everything, right? Just need to make sure that the color that I'm providing is premultiplied. But since it is 0, 0, 0, which is black, it is already premultiplied. Okay. And now we just draw this. So where should we draw the vignette? Always? Just in the play mode? Where? Like, should we do it in the editor, for example? I'm not sure. Let's start with having it play mode only for now, right? Right. So draw, after drawing everything. Not the buttons though, right? It should be drawn before the UI. Actually, both, you say? Okay, well, we'll see. Self visual effects. Yeah, so like the UI should be drawn after the vignette, right? Okay, we draw vignette here, and we draw it in the level selection. But at the same time, the UI in the level selection is the game itself, right? Or we're talking like it is something different here. Okay, let's try this. Let's try this. So it's going to be very dark right now on the edges, I think, because I made it completely opaque, black color on the edge and transparent in the middle. It's probably also gonna need to be not linear interpolation there, maybe, probably, like this. You like that? I mean, it looks kind of cool. It actually looks kind of cool. Even just like that. Do I even need to make it not completely black in the on the edges? Like, this is completely dark, complete darkness right now. It can be black, you think? Okay. Let me just make it configurable, I think. Uniform back for the color, right? We just do this is going to be equal to color, and then we multiply the color by the alpha. By doing the multiplication, we are doing the premultiplying also. So yeah, you can also make it not black, but like gray or like red if you want, I guess. Whatever. Over here, when we're drawing the uniforms, color is going to be self assets render. No, self config assets config render vignette color, like that, right? Or should it be vignette config, just like the shadow config? It's probably going to be more than just the color here. For now, it's going to be just the color, though. Also, I want to pre-multiply here. I think I want like pre-multiply alpha color, like that. I want this function to be available in prelude. Vec4 pre-multiply alpha vec4 color. I'm just going to return vec4 color RGB multiplied by color alpha common comma color alpha. Okay, it's like that. Okay, and then inside the configuration, you are going to be able to do over here render vignette color is going to be equal to 000f. Why is this not being like, look at this over here, I have this colored. Oh, now it is. Did it like just take a while to think about it? 0007. How about this? Okay, now it is semi-transparent black. So it's not going to be completely black now. Look at this. Is this better? Or is it completely black better? Like, you can still see it here, right? But before it was just completely black. This is better, you think? Yeah, I think it is better. This is kind of cool though, but yeah, this is... You can make it even less transparent, I guess. Just like this. I almost don't see it at all now. So what? Like, I just do 7 here? Like half of the transparency? The radius should be smaller. The radius should be smaller, meaning what? It should be... Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Let's configure the radius here. Radius. So radius is relative to the distance to the edge. It's not a circle, right? It's an ellipse, and it's going to be the radius specified as a ratio to the distance to the edge, right? So right now radius is 1 exactly, but we want it like, let's try 0.5 for example. And we're going to have here uniform float radius, and we're going to just multiply. Now we're going to divide by radius here. What? Why am I neo-fetching? So smaller radius means that it's going to be less thing that you can that is not darkened. Basically, look at this. It's just, yeah. I think it should be not less smaller radius. Or I mean, this is too small maybe now, right? Yeah, it should be larger than before. Is that what you're saying? Or larger, or smaller than before, but larger than... Smaller than before, but larger than right now. So like 0.75. Vignette should be most not visible. Yeah, I understand. So it should be more than 1 then. Is that what you're saying? Like, should it be less visible than right now over here? It should be less than right now, right? So we can make it a radius of... So like, if you make it a radius of square root of 2, it's going to be like completely... it's not going to be completely invisible, actually. Wait, hold on. I guess there's 2 radiuses. There's 2 radius to the vignette. The inner radius and the outer radius. The inner radius is inside which radius it is completely visible. And the outer radius is where it is already this color, basically. I think, right? So there should be inner radius and outer radius. Correct? Yeah. Inner radius, outer radius is 0.8. Let me just see how this is going to look. Inner radius and outer radius. So we do minus inner radius divided by outer radius minus inner radius, like that. Okay, there you go. Now you can see clearly over here is the inner radius, over here is the outer radius, right? And this is properly configurable. You can do whatever you want. I'm not sure what exactly should be. You are the art guy. Okay, I will let you configure this. Multi alpha in prelude cell. Vignette rose 85. Right, I will let you configure it. Now what? Now we have two more things. Goal needs a background. Wait, where are you? This is not me who should be doing the background for the goal. You can literally just draw the background on the tile set, no? Goal needs a background. Just draw a background on the goal. What do you mean? The background is larger than a 16 by 16 tile? I don't know. Why is it larger? The picture that you have drawn, it actually does not look good in my opinion. Where was it? This thing? I don't think it should be this big of a circle. I don't think this looks good. It will look good? Okay. Alright, let me do this. Configure what tile should draw shadow or not. Let me do this first. And maybe we do the configuration actually, just like for the shadow. For every single tile, we can draw the background as a separate image, okay? You will be able to configure it not only for the goal, but for everything. Like the player will be able to have a background to it. It's not a background, it's like... How do you call this thing? It's like... I don't know. What is it? Assets, background. I don't know. It's like an aura or something. Um, Render level select. Right. All right. So over here we specify all of the different tiles, right? And we just want the tile to potentially have the background and shadow and everything, right? So there's going to be more configuration here actually than just that. If I do this here, it's not going to be a generic like tiling stuff anymore. Do we care? Like, I'm just wondering, over here, right now, our, like, tiling library is being completely separated. And if we do the shadow settings here, and if we do, like, the background, the aura settings here too, like, is this something that should be in this library? Or should I make a different configuration option, like, in some different file instead? Let me do a different file for now. I would like to keep this as a library that we can potentially like move away from this game and use in different projects. So shadow is going to be so how do you think it should be here? Like we can provide a white list or a black list of the things that should have shadow or should not have shadow. Which one is better, the blacklist or the whitelist? The blacklist, right? Tile blacklist, or I just going to call this blacklist here, and the blacklist is going to be a list. Let's say the player, for example. Let's say the player. So shadow configuration is going to have blacklist. It's going to be a list of strings, which is the names of the tiles. Draw shadow. Shadow. Draw colored. Okay. So over here is going to be. Oh, actually, hold on. In order for this to be a blacklist, it's easier to make it a hash set, so that it's faster to search. Yeah. So draw colored. Okay, let's have the blacklist here somewhere. Just say if not blacklist contains name. Okay, draw. So for the shadow, it's going to be the blacklist is going to be assets config shadow blacklist. And over here, going to be the empty hash set, no blacklist. There's also color here. temporarily dropped while borrowed. No. Wait, what do you mean? Hold on, I don't understand this. Cannot borrow. Remember, is mutable more than once. Was mutably borrowed previously in the previous iteration of the loop. What do you mean, though? I guess I need to reborrow here. Like, yeah, the automatic reborrow doesn't work anymore when I do this. Is it going to work if I do like this? I guess it does. Okay, it just it's stupid with closures. Okay, and name is going to be a reference to string, and the same. Yeah, it cannot figure out the types properly here, I guess. Okay. Okay. The only problem is that right now the level mesh. So like this static part is always going to cast shadows. So I need to do, yeah, I also wanted to do, instead of a level mesh, I wanted to draw the texture once of the level into a texture. Instead of creating the level mesh, basically, yeah, I want to draw the level onto a texture. And then, yeah. That's the idea from Ray March from yesterday. But I guess we will want to, when constructing the level mesh, we want to have the black list here. Level mesh. I guess we want the blacklist here. We will have two level meshes. It's just later the level mesh is not going to be the vertex buffer, it's going to be just a texture. But that should not matter much. Okay, and black list. Mesh set string. Get add. Find map as string. But I also want to filter. Name not self blacklist contains name, right? We're just not going to do it. And over here, I guess also entity blacklist contains entity identifier. Yeah. Yeah. Blacklist. Okay, and then whenever we are creating the level mesh. Oh shit. So I want, when creating the level mesh, then I want to create two level meshes. One with this, like, one that drops the shadow and one that does not drop the shadow, right? Okay. Normal and shadow. Those are two different things now, I guess. Okay, so level mesh, this is going to be level mesh impl, where we just create the vertex buffer, cell set vertex, right? So we don't do level mesh, we just do the vertex buffer here. And when we do this, creating the level mesh, it's going to be two things. The normal one is self level mesh impl with blacklist being empty. And the shadow is level mesh impl, the blacklist being self contact, self assets, config, render shadow blacklist. Okay, like that, I guess. And then when we are drawing, I guess I'm just going to say shadow boolean here. With the false here, and with the true here. Okay, and then I do say here that black list, or rather I say if not shadow, or if not shadow or not blacklist contains. Shadow blacklist contains the name. Draw mesh impl. Yeah, and draw mesh impl is going to be us drawing either the normal or the not normal one. So we say if shadow, then level mesh normal. Why don't I have the completion here? Otherwise, level mesh shadow. There you go. Okay. I think this is all done now. So the blacklist is the player right now. Let's do player. So yeah, as you can see, player does not have the shadow now. Neither does the thing. Do we blacklist the goal? Yeah, I guess the goal just needs to go into here. Like that. And then we can have the shadow for the goal too if we wanted to. Okay, what should we try to test the blacklist? We can have the cloud. Probably the cloud should not have the shadow, right? I'm not sure, but maybe. Hold on, the goal still does not have the shadow. Why not? Also, the goal is now drawn on top of everything. I guess the goals are the things that should be drawn behind everything instead. This is going to be a mobile game. It's going to be both mobile game and desktop game and browser game. We work on all of the platforms except for iOS right now. I have not figured out the iOS yet, but Android already works, and we can even do the level editor is also working on the mobile too already on the Android. I did not look into iOS yet because I don't have a Mac. Otherwise, I would. Can I just have a Mac temporarily? Because I don't want a Mac for myself, you know? Can I get it temporarily so that I can make the game work on iOS and then I like give it back? Yes. I can rent MacBooks. Yeah, the bot is off, I'm sorry. Okay, I think it also depends on where are you from though, right? Like this is specifically for... And let me see, I'm just wondering, how much would it cost for me to rent a Mac for a month, for example? That's just an example, yeah. Like what is... Add to quote. View quote. Quantity 1. Yes. Where's the prices? Solution, gaming, computing, get quote. They just estimated. Canada and US. But still, like they estimated it like how like okay, they're even if they estimate, I don't have the estimate right now. It says 0. Can I literally borrow it for free? Okay. Anyway, I don't own a Mac myself. My father has one though. Maybe I go to my parents for a little bit to just work on the game and make it work on mobile. Okay, there you go. Look at this, Davey. This is the shadow for the player. If you don't remember, this is yeah. I think we thought that this does not look good, so we disabled the shadow for the goals on purpose. Yeah, I don't think this looks good. The shadow on the goal. Okay. So basically what we do is just say goal here, and you're not going to have the shadow on the goal anymore, but the player probably should. You changed the goal sprite too, okay. Well, I did not see the change right yet. Something is wrong over here, look at this. This player, which when the player is not selected, is supposed to be black. I mean, not black, like just semi-transparent, right? Not white, is what I mean. Anyway, shadow blacklist. There you go. Shadow blacklist. So why is that? I think the reason is in the shader. Best dev. We got huge raid. Thank you. What are you doing? What were you working on? I looked I looked at the pack bar, huge 1 million, really, yeah, exactly. Like when you said pack bar originally, I was looking for it and I didn't find it, and you didn't answer me anything. But I have found your GitHub, you know, so I know that pack bar is the thing that you have been working on. If someone is looking for a good bar for their Linux setup, you can use pack bar by Vestav apparently. Okay, I wanted to look into the thing. So renderer, shaders, texture. I think the reason is we can do coloring here, right? And this color is not pre-multiplied, which is why it is all being wrong. So I think all we really need to do. Wait, when we are working in pre-multiplied space, can we just multiply pre-multiplied colors regularly? Is this still working? I think it is, right? Yeah, I think it is. Right? Just pre-multiplied colors. The problem is that this is not pre-multiplied. And now it is going to be pre-multiplied. So whenever we had a player with... Yeah, so over here, this is now properly semi-transparent. What do you think about this? I have been thinking about the unselected player art, don't like the semi-transparent look right now. Okay, yeah, I actually have thought about it also a little bit. We have right now, if I don't do any buttons, we just made this feature for fun, but I think it actually makes sense. The player is going to sleep here in any moment. Yeah, there you go. We can make the players that is not selected to sleep, for example. That's one of the ideas, but... So like this player is going to be not sleeping and this player is going to be sleeping. But do you have some other idea? What is this peg bar? Now we want this. What else should drop to shadow or not? I have done this. And girl needs a background. He was thinking about using this leap sprite too, but I also want it to be looking more distinguishable. Okay, sure. Sure. But before, let me fix the last issue that you wanted me to do. Goal needs a background. So what I want to do is to make this generic and have it possible for every tile to have a background or foreground, right? So let me see, where would it be? Inside the same configuration file. Render. Entity. Can I make the unselected player change sprite later? Yeah, sure. Like right after that, let me figure out how to do the background and foreground. How do we want this to be? Like the question is just how do I want this to be configured? So inside the configuration file here, maybe. I'm just going to say like render entities entities goal, and we're going to say like background. Over here, you just specify the path to the texture, for example. Let me see, do I have any texture? Let's say play background pop PNG, for example. And this is just going to be drawn as a background. And we can also do foreground. It's going to be play. No. Let me see. Render numbers PNG. There you go. Just like that. So you can specify the background and the foreground for every entity, just like that. So over here it should be goal, like capital letter, because that's how it has been spelled actually. Is that good? And you can specify the path to any file here, basically. Source, configuration, entities. It's going to be a hash map string into entity config. Struct entity config is going to be, I mean, this should not be even public though, should it? Entity config, let's see. Background, it's going to be optional path, right? And same we do the foreground. So maybe we want to draw some texture, not in the background, but in the foreground of this entity, right? Yeah. Do. Here's the problem. I need to use the configuration to load the assets though. Load sequential. And for the render assets, we do load with render load assets load manager base path No, I don't like that. You know what, like technically we have too much stuff in this one file. I think the rendering configuration should go into the render here specifically, although I'm not sure. This is all weird right now. Yeah, like level select in the place here. Load assets. Yeah, I just want to have the reference to the config here. So I have this called load with still. Okay. So we just need to have the function that is called load assets here instead of deriving it. Which is weird. I want to derive it. I don't want to write this implementation manually. Yep. You know what? You know what? Let's do this a little differently. Then instead of doing this, instead of doing that, instead of doing this in the config, let me have the file here that is going to be called entities. And over here we have the entities configuration. And yeah, the path should be like relative to this then. To okay, we just have yeah, goal, background, and foreground. There you go. So yeah, entities is not going to go into the actual configuration. We're going to have the assets here. It's going to have entities, entity assets. All right. Okay. So we have entity config, and we are going to have struct entity assets, which inside is going to have entities. We're going to deref into. It's going to be a hash map from string into entity. No, not into entity config, into entity assets. Shit. Well, I mean, like there's entities assets and there's the single entity assets. Those are different things. I think we're going to have struct entity assets. So over here, this is the configuration, right? And when we load this, this is going to turn into the textures, right? Yeah. Okay. And then we implement load for loading entities assets. Okay, let's see. We're going to ignore the options, we don't need them. So when we load, we first are going to do async move here. Okay, so we're going to first load the configuration file. So we do file load, detecting the extension path join config toml, like that. The config is going to be hash map string into entity config, right? Then I'm going to say that we do we need to join all. We are going to load in parallel the config into iterator map name config. So this is name and config for the specific entity. Over here, it's going to be async File, no, not file. We say that entity assets is what we're loading. I mean, we load name, entity assets like that. Entity assets is going to see background is config background map. Wait, is optional future something that can be awaited? I don't think so, right? There is such thing as an option future, though, as far as I remember. Option future. Created by the from implementation for option. Okay. Or I can do a match here. But sure, what is better? Let's try option future. New from config background map path, or like file path join file. This is the path, and then we do manager load. Load, let's say the default for now, and we're going to await. And I'm going to do the same for the foreground. So we're joining all of those. We are going to await. Convert this into the iterator, and then collect, and then question mark. Because this is going to be a vector of results, because every single of this can fail. So we collect into a result vec, and question mark. Or can I collect into a result hash map? I mean, can I just collect into the result that we want, even without the question mark here? Maybe. Mismatch types. Option texture to do. Expected found this. Oh, okay. So this must be an okay. And over here, after awaiting, we need to do a question mark. Okay. Question mark can only be used on the results, not options. Oh wait, this is an optional result. So what do I need to do? Transpose and then question mark, because it's an optional result now. Okay. Default reference. The last error is value of entities assets cannot be built over the iterator. That's true. We need to do entities assets, and this is the like the entities is going to be something that we collect. Okay, and this is going to be okay. And when we collect, we need to do a question mark. All right. Okay, the type inside a sig block cannot be figured out. We need to specify the error. Let's say that this is anyhow error. Collect. Type annotations needed. Control the type of the thing. Okay. So is it because I cannot collect into a result of hash map? Or can I? So over here it's entities assets. Okay, there you go. We have compiled. Now these fields are never used, so now we just need to, now that we have loaded the background and foreground, I can just draw them. Whenever I'm drawing whatever. Is the background and foreground something that should not drop a shadow, right, Davey? The background and foreground is something without the shadow, right? Okay, is the background something that we draw before the shadow or after the shadow? Or should there be a third layer? So I have already implemented 2 layers, like 1 layer more than you wanted to, like the foreground and the background. Do we want another layer that is also behind the shadows? Probably not. Like we're going to draw a shadow and then background and then everything and then foreground. Something like that. Maybe? It's actually interesting, like for the power-ups you would be able to draw the shining background. It should be also, like, wait, hold on. I just think that we should also have these things to be animated. Now that I think about it. You know, the power-up should have the animation to it. Like the glow. You want the aura to be animated, okay. So we have already the animation, the like that, right? Do you want it to be animated like this, or programmatically? I can also animate them, but I guess this is more generic. Just with sprite shit, yeah. We can just do the sprite shit. Let me first do it without the sprite shit, though. And then we're going to do the sprite shit too. So over here, draw game tile. Okay, I think we now have like 4 different layers, so I want this draw colored. Let me call this... We don't have draw impl, right? Yes, I think this should be called draw impl. And over here we specify how do we draw a game tile. Draw game tile is going to be impl fn mute for the frame buffer, camera, string, RGBA, mat4. Okay, draw game tile. There you go. There is no such thing as a shadow, I think. Here. Instead, we say that the level mesh is going to be vertex buffer. Of tile set vertex. So we just do the level mesh here. So yeah, draw mesh impulse. Okay. Camera. So this cannot be, I cannot specify an impulse here. Or can I? I can say cam. Abstract scanner 2D. And over here we say the cam then. Okay. Arguments to this function are incorrect. Expected matrix. Yes, this is matrix 3. Okay. That is right. Cannot mutate immutable variable. Draw game tile. Okay, this should be mutable. That's because I did the fn mute. Although technically we can just do the regular fn here. I think we need the mutable fn. Okay, so now the draw impulse. For the shadow, the level mesh is going to be level mesh no shadow, and for over here it's going to be level mesh normal. And whenever we do the shadow, we're going to have the closure here, which is because shadow is true. So we just need to not have the blacklist. Okay. And over here, over here we just don't need any ifs here. We just do the implementation directly. All right. Okay. This is how we are drawing a specific tile, right? Right. Draw impulse. Okay. So now that we have that, we're going to use this function 2 more times. Over here we draw the background, over here we draw the foreground. Background for entities. And over here we do foreground for entities. So yeah, what we do here is we say that if some texture is self assets render entities get for the name, and then assets background as ref, right? So that's how we get the texture, and then this is the texture that we need to draw instead. And all the draw impulse here. Also, are we drawing anything except for the draw tile? Yeah, the level mesh, I think, is something that I will just inline here and here. Level mesh shadow. Color. This. Hold on. Let color be this. Transform is this. Color transform. Transform. Color. All right. There's a shadow, then background, then actual game player, and then foreground. Those are the 4 layers that we have. Over here, color is the regular white color. And transform is the identity. And level mesh, normal. So what we draw here, which means that this level mesh is not used here anymore. Which means that I can remove it from this argument. Which makes sense. All right. So now for rendering the background, if we have the texture, then I need to draw this texture. So how do I draw the texture again? Or do I actually make it this thing, the VFX? Let me, if it's not hard to do. If it is not hard to do, draw. Oh no, over here we can spawn like this thing needs to be extracted. I think that I can draw the animation. Okay, let me create a new file called sprite sheet. Finally have the actual sprite sheets. Let's see. Will it be transparent if you use transparent sprite? Yes. It will. Just like the visual effects that we have. I'm just going to create the generic sprite sheet so that I can use this in other places. And just like these animations, the number of frames. So like, I think the way it works is that you have this vertical sprite sheet. I can make it automatically detect if it's vertical or horizontal, but the number of frames is just height divided by width right now. I don't remember which frame is the first. The first frame is at the top, and then the last frame is at the bottom. And this goes in a loop. I mean, this will go in a loop, I guess. Okay, all right. Render over here. So over here, we're just going to say that this is not the reference counted texture. It's going to be the sprite sheet here directly. I'm just going to say sprite sheet. Which is going to have premultiplying of the alpha embedded there. Okay, let's see. Abstract sprite sheet. And texture is going to be ugly texture. We implement. Wait, why don't I have the need to do module sprite sheet like that? So we have impl asset load for sprite sheet. options. Maybe I want, like, I don't know if I want to be able to configure it. For now, no. Load. The extension is going to be PNG. Can you, wait, a sprite can export the sprite sheets like that, right? If you want, I can make it work with whatever is easier for you to create. This is just what we had before. Can you make like it vertical, first frame is at the top, or like do they use any other convention? One second. You haven't tried making spreadsheet before? Maybe you should try it right now since I'm looking into it. Okay. When we're loading this thing, I'm just going to say that manager load with path we're going to load the texture. Premultiply alpha. Map, okay. Like that. Needs to be reference. Okay, so this is how we load the texture for the sprite sheet, and next we need to be able to draw it over here. Yeah, so basically, all I need, I think, here is to do texture, draw, frame buffer, camera, cell, T. So when I'm drawing the sprite sheet, I just provided with the, not even the specific frame that I want to draw, but the time that is from 0 to 1. Oh, there's also the flip. Okay, we need to provide with T, F32, flip is going to be a boolean. This is going to be flip X specifically. So self flip is flip X. Okay, well, I want the transform here. It looks like. As another argument, which is going to be here. Transform. Well, can be the flipping as a part of the transform. It's probably will work both for vertical and horizontal sprite sheets. They do have the convention which frame is the first and which one is the last, though, right? I mean, I'm assuming that when you do left to right, and the leftmost is the first frame and the rightmost is the last frame. But what about the vertical one? I will assume that they are doing from top to bottom, but for the vertical it's less obvious. I think instead of doing the flip, we just do the thing here, mat3 scale back to if self flip then -1 else 1 1 like that. So that's how we flip, which means that right shit. Okay, let's do use sprite shit. Okay, is this going to work now? Okay, this works. Draw takes 5 arguments, but 4 were provided. Yeah, the flip is not needed, but we need the context, self context, and also need the matrix. transform like that. So yeah, flipping. Just does not matter. We'll do this by transforming. Okay. This is going to work. Let's see. I'm not doing the background and foreground. Let me just see that the animations for the visual effects, the sprite sheet is still correctly working. I think I should. No, we panic. Fail to load render, huh? Fail to load entities. Would not open background top. Yeah, that makes sense. Entities. So yeah, in order, yeah, this is relative to this file, so we need to go top play, and then over here we need to do dot numbers. Okay. Okay, it looks like this animation is still working properly. Yeah, looks all good. Now we can use that to draw this thing. Okay. So it's going to be really easy actually. Foreground and background is not the texture anymore. This is going to be a sprite sheet, right? So that it's going to be animated. Even if it only has one frame, it is still something. Although the textures that I'm loading actually right now are not like that. Specifically, the numbers. This is the horizontal thing and not the vertical thing. Let me do the actual visual effect then. So we do .vfx slash zzz. Okay, let's do this zzz. Sprite sheet. No, renderer. Here. Background. Over here. Yeah, so instead of doing the draw in the game tile, I'm just going to do, this is sprite sheet, SS. Right? That's the very good name, SS. SS draw. Self. Oh, I don't have the context. I mean, technically I don't need the context, right? I need the renderer, I think. I need the ugly. Okay, renderer. Like this method should be on the renderer itself, I think. Call a renderer. Draw sprite sheet. Right? Sprite sheet. Reference to sprite sheet. Yeah, I think this is better. Instead of self here, it's going to be sprite sheet. And instead of ctx, this is going to be self. So we do self renderer draw sprite sheet. Texture is going to be called sprite sheet. Like that. And over here we do self draw sprite sheet. It's us. Okay. Sprite sheet. Now the question is, what is the time here? What is the t? Right now it's the timing of the animation. But this should not be that, right? It should be like or should it? I feel like this should be like real time instead. Maybe. Let me have the real time timer. So we just go into provide over here self timer elapsed as seconds. And I think for the sprite sheet, in order for this to be looped, like who should be making sure that this is from 0 to 1? I can just take the fractional part here. Is the fractional part something from 0 to 1? Or the negative? No, for the negative it's negative. What is the fractional part? Trunk. Trunk is the integer part. Like t minus t floor. Is that how we want it? Well, I mean, I'm flooring this here. Oh, that's because I'm doing the index. Okay. Fine, whatever. That's what I do. Okay. The background is done, I think. And for the foreground is going to be the same. But instead of sprite sheet, it's going to be foreground instead of background. Like that. Okay. Let's see what's going to happen. I'm not sure. Color. Draw sprite sheet. Should this be colored? Okay, look at this. So basically, for the goal, we are drawing this ZZZ animation, right? Over here. There's also the background. If you don't see it, there it actually is there. Like there's the three backgrounds right now. You see this thing over here? This is the background for like this is because I have made the background for the tile to be the same stuff. The only problem right now is it is centered over on the lower left stuff over here, and we want it to be centered on the center of the tile, right? Instead, that's the only thing, I think. So I think we just do that. Here and here. Draw sprite sheet. Do I want for drawing sprite sheets to make them colored too? Let's make sure that we can color them. Why not? Draw sprite shit. Maybe I want to color the animated sprites too. The options is unused. That makes sense. All right. Done. Done. And basically, what it also means, I'm scaling the texture to, so it's going to be centered. Maybe do you want me to configure, like, basically the pixel is going to be exactly the same as on the, like the bigger you draw your sprite sheet, the bigger it's going to be. You know, like if you, like, you see this background over here, right? On top of this goal, over here we see the edge. This is big because this picture is big. So if you make a bigger picture, it's going to be a bigger effect. That's it. Whatever you draw, that's how it's going to look. Done. Okay. So I'm going to have this here, but I'm going to have this commented so that you have the reference how to make it work, because we don't want the ZZZ right now to see this. Obviously, can it be applied to UI too? Not right now, no. You want me to apply it to the UI too? I think this is only for rendering the level right now. You will need background for the buttons anyway. But I thought the background for the buttons were going to be different. Done differently. If you want, we can do it like that. Done differently if I want. It depends on what we want it to look like. Because over here, Davey is here, yeah. Usually Davey is not here, but today we actually have Davey. That is nice. Having Pigorli also here is also nice. Like over here, let's say, is this, do you want this to be transparent or completely opaque? Like if you want this to be opaque, then technically you can make the background be something like this texture, right? But if you want this to be, if you want it to be like semi-transparent, then if you are drawing two of those backgrounds on both of those buttons, and on the overlapping of those textures is going to be wrong looking. But if you want it to be completely opaque, then yes, sure. It can work. Background and, or wait, hold on. You know what? Let me test it first. I want the foreground, the ZZZ foreground for the player, because it should also rotate right now together along with the player. I'm not sure if we want it to be rotated, but I mean, if we are talking about the effect on the power-ups, then you probably want it to be rotated. Maybe they should be configurable. I'm not sure yet. But yeah, as you can see, this is just the visual effect attached to the player. That's what you can do. Not rotated, probably. I'm not sure. Maybe. Well, Let me just commit what I have. Close. And if we need, we can change this. It's not super hard. We just need to figure out what we want. Making it super generic is like harder than making it work for our specific use case. Okay, are we ready to make it configurable? Probably. Yeah, it's just like harder to make it configurable. That's what I'm saying. I can also configure the offset because right now it's drawn specifically at the center of the thing, right? But I can make it configurable where it should be drawn. Okay, are we ready to merge? Because I have closed all of your issues. Wait, what? You just... That's how... Okay, JV, you're... I was closing the issues, you just opening new ones. Draw sprite for unselected player. Swap sprite for unselected player. Keep the opacity config too. Okay. If entity properties player and some entity ID is not equal to current state selected player, then so what do we want to call this? Player like another player, or what? Like deselected player? Player unselected. There you go. It's done, Davey. This is easy. Now we have a different sprite that you can just draw. Speed of light, yeah. Wait, where is the other player? Oh, that's right, because I have not specified this yet. So over here, we want to go into the and over here, right? We have player ZZZ is going to be the same as player unselected for now, but if you want, you can change it to something else. Over here, look at this. The other player is closing the eyes. This player is opening the eyes. That's it. All right, that's what you wanted. I have done it. Easy. Close. Number 91. Done. Now what? Issues. Wait. Oh yeah, background for the UI buttons. So for the UI buttons, we want the background. Okay. So yeah, we already have this configuration, right? For the entities, I guess. Wait, hold on. I think it might already work, to be honest. It might already work. Or does it? No, it does not work already. You might want those background to drop shadows, or maybe you can just draw the shadows yourself. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, like also the buttons, we should have different states. Like right now, it's only like I'm not drawing the press state for the buttons too, right? Default hovered pressed. Yeah, those are the three states that we should have. Exactly. Okay, how are we drawing this? Let me see. This is kind of I want to refactor the buttons too at some point. Probably not right now though. Let me just see how I'm drawing the buttons. I'm doing the draw game tile. I'm not sure what we want to do here. I mean, just specifically this. How are you supposed to make this work? I don't know. It's not the same. It's not the same logic as the this visual effect. I think we're just going to have uh the textures that I draw in the corners. No? Behind the buttons. Do you want to animate this? Do you want to have this animated? Think no. Okay. I think it's just going to be easier to do the 4 textures for the 4 corners. Or maybe like for every single anchor, right? Is how we want it to be configured actually. Do we have the anchors? Yeah, we have anchors. Top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right, center. But we will probably have like the top center, maybe. I'm not sure. It's probably not only going to be 4 corners, it's probably going to be something in the center too. Or do you think that it's not going to happen? So what I think here is that for the play, we're going to have UI, and we're going to have I don't know. Let's call this UI, whatever. And over here, you're just going to specify that top left is this texture. Top left PNG, right? So it's basically the anchor equals to the path to the texture. How about that? Is that going to work? Probably. I'm going to have this anchor. It's an enum. Left, right, bottom left, bottom right, center. You can also do multiple sprites on the same anchor too. Do you want to do multiple sprites? Why would you do multiple sprites? You just do one texture that is the combination. No? That is the same. I mean, if you want, I can make it a list. It's not going to be harder. I'm just not sure why would you want that. Nakonieba. Low. Oh, we have some buttons in the center. Wait, who has buttons in the center? Oh, the confirmation dialog has buttons in the center, see? We are already doing that. Hispanic name. What am I building? We're working on a game. It's going to be shown right now over here. Here's the game. Little puzzle game where you need to replace a cube, or sometimes there's multiple cubes and you need to go to the exit. You have some side effects, like this jump here. Sometimes you have multiple players. And yeah, some other stuff here too. Over here we have a box that we can push. Oh wait, Davey, is this a bug or a feature? Hold on. Should we be able to push the box over the hole like this? I think it should be falling down, right? Where did that vignette come from? Vignette. From Davey's from Davey asking me to add the vignette. It is a bug, alright. It's issue number 56. Yep, you go earlier. It's issue number 56. It is closed though. Look, we have closed 56 issues, and issue number 56 was the vignette. There you go. Okay. Right now we want to add some background for the icons and the UI, like this over here. If was Pro here would not have any issues. Well, issue is not a problem. Issue is a task that needs to be done, you know? It's not an issue. I don't know, why is the issue tracker called issue tracker? If it's not the issue, it's like the task, you know? It's like how you plan stuff. We don't really have any issues. It's just bad naming, you know? Okay, so this is what we want to have, right? On the top left, we want top left PNG. So yeah, let's see. So the assets, except for the background, is going to be the UI. UI is going to be renderer, UI assets. Let's do this. So the UI is going to be. Oh wait, UI. Wait, where is the UI? Okay, well let's have UI rs here. Why not? This is not really UI though. We are just going to have assets here, which are going to be loaded in this similar way to this entity configuration. Actually, let me clone this. So we're going to have config, which is going to be, well, hold on. We're just going to have assets. Well, maybe I do something like textures at least, so that maybe we can configure something else for the UI too. Okay, so textures is going to be a hash map from the anchor into a texture. That's all I really need here. So how do I load this? How do I load this? Configuration is going to be not config. Textures is going to be hash map similarly from anchor, but instead of to the texture, it is the texture path. So config is config, we load the config toml, and then we say okay, assets, textures is going to be futures join all config dot textures into iterator map anchor path your file. And we do manager load with just realized we're loading the default, but we need the pre-multiplying of the alpha here for sure when we're loading the textures. We do this instead of the default. By the way, the box bug you mentioned is also a priority issues we need to solve before the demo. Yeah. Yeah, I think tomorrow we are going to rewrite the game from scratch, basically. Doing the thing that I have told you about. Rewriting the logic from scratch. The new turn mechanics, yeah. And it's going to fix a bunch of issues for us. Hopefully I can do it in one day. I'm not sure, but I will try. I have an understanding of how it is going to work because I have thought about it. But we'll see if I can do it in one day. Well, we need to do it before the GMTK that happens on the weekend, right? So yeah, we have 2 days basically, tomorrow and the Friday. And then on Saturday is going to be GMTK. Do you guys participate in the GMTK? Oh wait, actually there was no problem. I have lied because this is the options for the sprite sheet and not for the texture. For the sprite sheet, the default is already doing the premultiplying. No gem, no game. I mean, you could test your gang skills, Pigorly. Try to make a game in using the gang for GGMTK. Doesn't that sound fun? Okay, we are going to load. I will close this. Load with. Okay, I'm going to say okay, anchor, manager, load with, path, join file. Options are going to be over here. I'm going to specify the texture options. Pre-multiply and alpha is going to be true, otherwise default. And then we are awaiting this and question marking. This is going to be no error. Question mark can only be used Wait, what do you mean? Question mark operator can only be used in the async block that returns a result. I'm returning a result and okay. Oh, I see. Or do I not see? Maybe I don't see actually. Oh, the semicolon should be destroyed. That's it. Okay, so now we want the anchor to have derived equal, partial equality, and hash. Have to activate Linux. I have no money, bro. We are going to make this game and sell it and be successful game developers, and then I will maybe have enough money to activate Linux. It's going to take a little bit of time though. Deserialize. Yeah, we need to be able to serialize and deserialize this. This can outlive. So what do we do? I think move or what? Manager is moved. What do you mean manager is moved? Manager is a reference to the manager. Path is reference to the path. That's what we created the game for activating Windows. Your Windows and his Linux. Activating Linux is for noobs. Over here. Filt load UI, string top left, expected enum anchor for key textures. Huh? String top left, expected enum anchor. Wait, can I not do this? In TOML files. So this becomes a string. Textures top left. Can I do this? I think TOML file might not. Like all the keys are strings in TOML, right? String top left, expected enum. Hold on. Rust, TOML, enum, key. Parsing enum keys from TOML file. Yeah, I want this. Move to the right place. It doesn't support enums as map keys. This repository has been archived. Wait, what? Is this repository moved? It's TOML rs TOML instead of TOML rs TOML rs. That's right. Issues. You know. Urban deserializing dotted table with an enum value. I don't know. Is this a bug or a feature? Enum string. Enum string key. Generic value parsing. I don't know. Okay, how do I specify this then? How do I specify this then? I can make the textures to be like a list, and we can have like anchor top left and texture is this. Is this going to work? So in the config it's going to be like a list because it doesn't really matter to me. Texture config. Anchor. Texture. I don't know. It is weird though, because this is also a string, right? So over here the string should be properly deserialized into enum, but as a key it doesn't work. Wait. Yeah, so yeah, this actually worked. Now we cannot load the texture because the texture does not exist, right? So let me move this and call this top left PNG, right? Now this texture is going to be there. What am I fetching every time? What is cargo fetching? I didn't change cargo toml, I didn't change anything. Okay. So we have loaded the textures now. Fine. Can do it like that. And I can do implement renderer and draw UI back. So this is basically UI background, right? Self, assets. It's going to be assets from this module, buffer. Alright. Now all we need is to iterate and draw those things for anchor and texture. You got a call from the cargo people. They ask if you can stop fetching so much all the time. It overloads their servers. I would like to stop fetching myself. I don't know why is it fetching. I think it's the Rust 170 or whatever. Like what is this? I don't remember like having these logs when I'm doing cargo run that is doing some fetches, right? My log file already exists. I'm like I didn't change any dependencies. Nothing is supposed to be loaded. And hello. Okay, alright. What do I do here? Actually, I will not premultiply alpha yet here, because I'm just going to be lazy and use the old school API that I have. I'm going to do textured quad. Wait, do we know the pixelation though? No, we don't. Well, let me think about it. What about the... we have render UI here. This is the UI sprite sheet. No, I mean tile set, right? We have tile size here, 16 by 16. That this can be technically different from the game tile set. I think this is what we're going to use. Textured quad, new. Positive. Texture size. All right. Let me divide here the size and I mean texture is what we're going to draw. Okay, almost. Now we need to place it correctly. Over here I'm going to divide this by Let's do this. For example, lol. I mean, we can just divide by size. This. It still is funny, but it's okay. All right. So now we have made the texture that is properly sized. I just need to place it on the camera. How did I do this? We have the viewport. All right, let's have the viewport. It's going to be camera, view area, frame buffer. Bounding box, sure, whatever. And point. Hold on, let me say this is the size. Size is going to be this, right? And the position is going to be viewport bottom left plus viewport size multiplied by anchor v. This is a private method that I want to be public, I guess. I need to rename this to something more obvious rather than just the v. And also viewport size minus size, I think, multiplied by anchor v. That should be it. That should be it. Okay, so render UI background is something that we're going to draw on the play. Draw. So this is something that we draw after the vignette, before the UI. Self render draw UI background. Self assets play UI frame buffer, like that. Okay, and we do the same stuff in the level selection screen, but the assets are going to be just different. Level select UI. Okay, let's see. It's going to be ugly right now, because the texture that I'm drawing in the top left is the same background texture. So it's going to cover the entire screen probably. We're not even going to see anything. Yes, exactly. This is covering the entire screen. You can see though, if I'm doing this full screen, then yeah, this basically this texture is being drawn on the top left right now. Okay. Now we just need the actual texture. Looks outstanding. Okay. So was this the last issue that we wanted to do? Background for UI buttons. Okay. So I'm just going to comment this out. This I'm going to delete. This I'm going to delete. Okay. So there's going to be no textures. It's very much his masterpiece. We're going to replace it right now, as far as I understand, right, Davey? This masterpiece is going to be finally deleted. Oh, I guess it's if it's empty, then it's missing the thing, so you need to do that. Shame. Shame is a project of Raymarch. Yes. That is true. You're applying for background image jobs, you can take that from my resume. No, 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 no. The Bevy version is still there, so it is still preserved. By the way, how do we preserve the Bevy version on the itch? Because we are going to replace it, right? I think we make it available not on itch, basically somewhere else in the GitHub pages. Maybe. Okay, Davey, am I ready to pull your changes? Do you have all of the textures that are needed? We can keep it on niche and hide it somewhere. Wait, hide what? Hide it in the dark corner? Dragon tab. I mean, technically we can create a different each page, right? One each page is going to be for the Bevy version and one each page for the not Bevy version. I'm not sure. I think it's better if we use the same page though. I think it's better if we do the same page. I will just put a link on the each page to the old Bevy version, maybe. The game is going to be so different anyway. I mean, it's not so different. The idea is still the same. It's a different engine, it's different mechanics, but like the idea is still the same. The graphics are going to be different too, I guess, right? So about that, am I ready to pull your changes, Davey? Do we want to look at what you have done right now? Have you pushed everything? Not yet? But I have closed all the issues. Will the project be renamed? I don't think it will be renamed. Unless we want it to be renamed. Do we want it to be renamed? I don't know. I don't think we want it renamed, actually. The only project that I have renamed is the farting game. I was not dissatisfied with the name, no, no, no. Was I? Okay, Davey, when? When? When can I pull your changes? Hmm? Let me finish your stuffs first. Is it going to take you long? What am I going to do in the meantime? Yes. What is this? What is Kuvi branch? Who created the Kuvi branch? Did you create the Kuvi branch? Win Minecraft in the meantime? Okay. We'll play a game really quickly. Is that right? Just do other things. Play the only app. You just play Minecraft. Okay. Okay, I'm pushing this. You can make it work, basically, these new things. On the app works. Hmm. I mean... Hold on. Let me see. Or I can play the bean game. Oh, the bean game. Hmm. Do another speed run of the beans. Okay, fine. So this means that you need to make the updates available to us in 10 minutes, because that's how long it's going to take me to beat this. Is this going to be 10 minutes? $10? I mean, yes. You think I'm going to be slower than that? How much time do you want me to give you, Davey? I mean, we can just check it out tomorrow. I can just end the stream here. Just chill. Go eat. Go play some Factorio with myself. You know? Just stream Factorio? I don't know. I don't want to stream games too much on this channel, because most of the people, they follow because I'm doing programming, right? I think it's okay sometimes, but most of the time I should be doing the programming. Why don't I play all on the app? I think I should be... I think I want to, like, maybe play a game on the weekend and do programming on the week. Is that a good... You follow because you're in love? Nice. Thank you. On the weekend, when is GMTK? Oh, wait. The GMTK is on the weekend. That's right. Wait. So we basically means that we have no time to play games at all. Are you doing GMTK, Cage? We are thinking about it. Like, I want to participate in it because it's a popular game jam, right? You wasn't playing on it? I don't know. It's like 15,000 people have joined the jam, so... Like, I feel like I have to participate in this one. But I want to do something very simple. Like, I wanted to do something very simple for the Last Ludum Dare too. But the juggling game that I have made is actually, like, bigger than I thought that I will make the game. I don't know. Also, if someone is joining GMTK and wants me to be their very bad artist and very bad music creator, then I am down, I think. So that I'm not the programmer this time. When are you playing this game, Cage, by the way? You told me that you are going to play this one. I have made it already 10 times easier since you... Is it done? Well, it's not done. I need feedback on the level. You are the level designer, right? And then what is left to be done is the menus and everything. Like right now, in order to lower the volume, I need to press page up and page down, but there's going to be the UI for that. But that's just... Yeah, the game is playable and the level is there, and I'm not sure what to change about the level unless someone who is good at games is going to finish it. So far, only 3 people have finished this game. Oh shit, what did I do? Okay, fine. I can check your branch tomorrow? Okay. Fine. But tomorrow I'm going to... Okay. I mean, checking out your branch is probably going to be not very long, right? How many new levels do you have? Because tomorrow I want to rewrite the logic and do the new turn-based turn system. When am I going to play Splody? I played it. Wait, is Splody released already? I will play it when it is released. I don't think it's released yet, right? Unless I missed it. Did you even have a Steam page that I can wishlist? That's the secret, it's never releasing, yeah. Only a few very easy levels. Okay, so we're going to check it really quickly. Okay. And then, so that's the tomorrow's stream. We're going to check out the new levels and then I'm going to work on the new mechanics. Okay. Speaking about Steam page, when are we going to make our Steam page for the Linksider, Davey? Even if nothing is there yet. We can start working on it, I think. Although our plan is to release the demo before the full version. After GMTK? Yeah, sure. It's as far as I understand, when you put this stuff on Steam, you need to wait for like a couple of weeks before you can actually publish anything on the Steam page after you create it. Like a safety measure maybe, or on Steam or something. Did you look into it at all or no? No? Okay. Oh shit, wait, what? I have never fell down over there. Impossible. We're at the bottom. I'm just not paying attention to the game. The game is so easy. I just not even paying attention to this. I have level selection PNG in the background folder. Do I? Wait, do I? Maybe I committed this on accident? What is the level selection PNG even? It shows conflict. Level selection PNG in background folder. No, background has been removed completely. That's why it's showing the conflict, probably because I have removed the background folder completely. Now there's two background folders, one background for the level selection and one background folder for the play state. So you have changed the file, but I have removed it, basically. That's what the error means, I guess. I mean, it should show you what the conflict actually is. Do you use some GUI for Git? GitHub Desktop? Yeah, GitHub Desktop was nice, I think. I used that once. It should just show you that I have removed the file, the directory. Then. Oh my god, why is this so hard? Wait, this shit, I fell down again. Okay, wait, this skip was very easy, no? You have a light idea for a game. You are a noir detective going into other game worlds to find clues on who's stealing items from those worlds. Along the way, you'll meet a stereotypical sci-fi space marine from an FPS, an anime girl from a dating sim, and others. In the end, you find him and get arrested. Nice. Someone say anime girls? What's the gameplay? It doesn't matter. Maybe it's the story game, you know? Maybe it's a story game like a visual novella. That's also a genre that can exist, you know? Like, not everything needs to be gameplay heavy. Like this game, like what is the story of this game, for example? Do you know the story behind this game? There is a story here. Everyone loves story-based games. Well, it depends. I mean, yeah, obviously, like, I am not a fan of those games. Maybe you are not too, but there is a lot of people who who play games because of the story. Like, I don't understand them, but there is a lot of people like that. Like, let's say Skyrim, for example. I mean, yeah, I think most people agree that like the story in Skyrim is shit. But let's say something like Witcher 3, for example. A lot of people like Witcher 3, but I don't like it. The gameplay is shit there, and I don't care about the story. That's it. If I was caring about the story, I would watch a movie instead. But that's just me. I interpret some aggressive tone into your message. You're really interested in the story behind Monkey Pizza? Monkey Pizza. Okay. Is it still working? Hold on. Is the server still up? I'm not sure if the server is still up for this. I mean, it didn't say no yet. No, cannot establish connection. Alright. Well, the story was this game was... Well, hold on. There is a story over here on the itch page. You are on the edge of being fired. You were so disappointed in Zelda, the main story wasn't set up in a bad way, but the execution was botched. I don't know. I never played a Zelda game. I watched a little bit of the streams of this, and I was not excited for what I have seen. I don't know. But I mean, I can say that about a lot of games that I like also. Like, let's say Factorio, for example. When I saw Factorio for the first time and didn't play it, I thought that it is like not a good game. It was looking bad. I didn't understand what's happening. But when you try it, that's actually good, you know? Don't like Nintendo to scam you with copyright? Maybe. I don't know. I don't play much Nintendo games. But I can see why you don't like them. It's the same reason I don't like Apple, for example. They don't let me build an iOS application, and they don't let me build an iOS build of my game without owning a Mac. I need to pay them money to make a game for iOS. Even though I have the iPad, I just don't have a Mac. Yeah, physics engine is the main star of the game. Like the latest Zelda. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that you can like attach things to each other and everything. So it's more like of a demonstration of new technology than a game. Is how I see it. Just like the Half-Life Alyx was for the VR, maybe. It's fully fleshed out, tons of story, tons of content. Why is the main branch broken for you? What exactly is broken, Davey? Don't think it's fair to call it a demonstration. Well, yeah. I don't know. I didn't play the game. I cannot really say much. What's broken on the main branch? Black screen and it doesn't render, but let me do cargo update first. Oh, yeah, maybe you need to do cargo update. Wait, if you didn't do cargo update, it should not even compile, though. I think. You wish there was something between Zelda and Minecraft, you would play that for decades? Have you heard about the Hytale? They are going to release, hopefully, somewhere. Have you seen this shit? How long has it been in development? I don't know. 10 years, probably? The game only render when you resize the window. Hmm. Maybe I did something wrong. Actually, I think I did something wrong. You're right. You're right. Hold on. Let me go into the engine here. I think I did something wrong. So, like, one of the things that I did recently, I migrated Ray March. If you remember, we were doing the pump events from the Winit branch. I have refactored my engine to use the regular run of the Winit. So they are in the... They are controlling the main loop now. So it's nice, and I'm not in the busy loop. Everything works. This is how it should be. But I think I remember I'm using the request redraw, and I'm not doing the request redraw properly because I need to request redraw, not when I create the window. Oh wait, actually, hold on. No, request redraw. Hold on. Oh, or no. Hold on. Wait. No event pump. No event pump. I just do the run, the event loop. Event loop run. So I have changed the API in the engine to also have the run. I also made it like async. Let me show you the example. There you go. So we basically do the run. We provide with the options, and then we receive a window once it's ready, because it's not ready immediately, and then we are doing some async stuff here. Have I already started to separate my shader code into another crate for shame hot reloading? I'm actually wondering if I should use shame or not, because I mean, you have seen this. You have seen this. This looks better, I think, from the overview, or no? Did you look at this? Can you sell me shame instead of Posh? Like, why is shame better than this? Fine tune for WebGL 3, WebGL 2. Oh, okay. Great stuff, you Posh. I was also thinking if I should do my own version of this. I don't like some things here, I think. I don't remember exactly. Anyway. We wanted to figure out what is wrong. Why is it only broken for you and not for me? Because you are on Windows and I am on Linux. So maybe that's the difference. I should reboot into Windows. Or I should build the Windows. And see what's wrong there. So you say after you resize the window, everything is working fine? Is that right? Or is it continuing to render also only when you are doing the resize and then it's been like paused? So you only see what is in the game when you're resizing the window. Okay. So this means probably that the request redraw on Windows doesn't work on Winit. Is that true? Request redraw. Platform specific Windows, their API usage redraw window to request a WM paint message, and request redraw requested is emitted in sync with any WM paint messages. What does this mean exactly? Hello, Alpha Men. Hello, Arya. This API uses a redraw window to request reampained message, and redraw requested is emitted in sync with any messages. What does that mean? Stop pirating Linux? No. How's the postman doing? Wait, Arya is working on the postman still? This is the strongly encouraged method of redrawing window. So that is exactly what I'm doing. Look. So I'm using... I'm requesting a future redraw requested event to be emitted, right? So it should be emitted. And you're saying that you are not getting the message, which is weird. Haven't done anything in forever. Go rest. I will go rest in a second when we fix the Windows. Maybe I should reboot into Windows to test this. Not me? Wait, what do you mean not me? Alright. But we need to fix the Windows so that you can work, right? Which means that I need to... I mean, maybe I can do the build for the Windows. Cargo, build, target. PC Windows GNU. Can I just cross-compile to Windows here? I think something didn't work when I was just doing cross-compilation. But let's see. I have the cargo target installed. I think the linker or something is wrong. Is not set up correctly for me. Okay, well, everything has compiled. Now let's see if it's going to be linked properly. I think that's the only thing that can fail now. Yes, so the linker has failed. No such file or directory, libpthread. How do I install libpthread? So LG library path, let's see. LG library path has a... Like I am installing pthreads here, right? Yeah, there you go. libpthread. This is in my LD library path. Why can we not find it? It says that... What is this? Linking failed. What was my error message? My error message was that libpthread.a is no such file or directory, but I can literally see it in my LG library path. Are we using a different library path when doing cargo build like that? libpthread, no such file or directory. Nix. Which has a very cool bridging mechanism for CPU GPU code that is built in. I have already some stuff for myself. Like over here, as far as I understand, they are doing something similar. I can, let me see, source, something, hold on. Maybe I do the example, creates. Over here, look at this. So I'm defining the vertex as struct, and I'm deriving the vertex here, right? So this is how I pass the data to the vertex shader, basically. I'm not type checking it, but I could add type checking, I think, based on the compiled program too, to make it even safer. But and then I can generate something from that that allows me to write Rust functions that get transpiled into the shader source automatically. I think it's like possible. I thought about it a little bit, but not too much. Yeah. Because I mean, it just does not matter much. And also I've made it so that I'm loading my shaders in runtime right now. This makes it so that I don't need to recompile, which is nicer. So there's going to be actually a downside if I move my shaders to Rust. I'm going to need to recompile every time I change something. Don't go there, let someone else do the work, you won't get that time back. Yeah, I know, I should not be writing my own engine too, right? Can you tell me why is my cross compilation to Windows not working? I am not sure. My linker says that libpthreads.a is not found, but I have it. pthread, no such file or directory. Cross compile to Windows. Cross compile Rust for Windows. So the linker already exists, right? I have installed the cross linker, the cross compiler. Yeah, this is my error message. But then this conversation just stops. Oh, there's nearest cross windows. I can take a look at that. Okay, you know what? I think I'm going to look at this a little later. I am going to go eat, and then after that I'm going to try fix the issue for Davy. I think I will just reboot into Windows to make it work. And then later I will try to make sure that my cross compilation works so that I can work on Linux and test both Windows and Linux builds. Okay.
Pretty slow. Everything is going to run pretty slow. Seems a bit weird.
Okay, let's go here. All right. Yeah. See you tomorrow. We will do the complete rewriting of the logic. Going to be not just turn-based, but a more complex system. We will also check what Davey has made and some of the new levels. So yeah, see you tomorrow. Bye bye.